Shall we then?
We shall.
On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaaloani, where the sun guides in the Shaaloani. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel, each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition. My home, Shaaloani, lies past Shaaloani. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Oh, that's a cool mount. Well, what have we here? You get a whole lot of people traveling through here on their way to and from the city. Never a dull moment for me or the Ronek. That's an name, I guess. Short on Ronek? Riso. If one will suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, you'll just have to wait. The Ronek have been acting strangely of late, more easily spooked than otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few feet for anything's proving bothersome work. They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. About that, sir. As well traveled as you look, it's not only the Ronek that have been giving us trouble. Other wildlife has shown signs of aggression too. The merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see that you both on Ronek for a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. For Dronic, Karenville. Dronic! Whatever gets us where we're going faster, man. Even if you left now waiting for the Dronic, well, it'd be easier than walking, and safer besides. You'll be back on the road before you know it, I promise. And there we have it. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Take it you're heading to Husatawi then. I'll have a man bring the Ronik over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? Man, I kinda wish it wasn't night. No tender. That's amazing. I see you, man. Your dinner. Oh, I guess I'm dinner. I guess that's the town where we're going? We absolutely went Red Dead 14 here. And that's incredible. Like, they even captured how cactus looks when it starts solidifying. Last time I was here, it was a little more than a camp with a shop or three.
Well, well. It's become a proper town. Hey!
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekoa. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaaloani, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine. If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Is that?
That is.
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What? Hey!
What are you doing, Zekawa? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekawa is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife, there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Shaaloani, I offered to show our friends some of Shaktural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
I very like you.
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it, but surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. The Dustwatch has the work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. The peoples of Shaaloani rarely saw eye to eye, and for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. As most would sooner not risk their lives, though, it encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. The Dustwatch was likely established by supporters of Kona, preferring peace being enforced through the formal rule of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landsguard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Soralja's authority. All of which is that to say, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. Ew. That's something to tell a warrior. I should like to think the stableman has arrived with the Ronek by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us after when you have your fill. I desperately hope they allow us to get these mounts at some point. Friend, I take it? Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife is not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. It's also been a rise in robberies targeting merchants. As a result, we've got a lengthy list of folks wanting to use our Ronic. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at Shaaloani Springs. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Dust Watch dealt with this banditry? Maka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them all up is easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you'll want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then. If you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. This is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. And some big dudes. I continue to be struck by how much Shaaloani has changed. The town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turn to no-pally tenders. Not just for the water in their stands mine, their fruits are also said to be nutritious and delicious. See that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it is brimming with cerulean. The eruption of flames from within make a spectacle. Fire and cautionary tells the people who wander too close. The Wallaki, meanwhile, show great reverence to cerulean and its blue flames. But that is a discussion for another time. You're here. A good thing for this Ronak. No sooner did we dismount that the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronak. Now then. This is Shaaloani Springs, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaaloani. People travel here from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change come to Husatawi. Why is that so difficult to spell? Was surprising enough, but it is no less impressive. They achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. Station is on the eastern side of town, but there should be still time until the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Iyate is her name, and if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled to Trual. I can but assume he too came seeking greater opportunity. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. big town. Tell the truth, I missed life back in Luateninyawaisa. That is a tongueful. Still, I'm earning good money in the cerulean business, maybe even enough to support my pa in his retirement. Not that he's accepting any charity from me though. Yes, I'm Yate. And who might you be? My friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is! Aaronville. Yes. A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke. Wait, how old is Aaronville? Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Iyate. She's been my mentor. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Likewise. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown, Elenespia. Why is he so embarrassed of his true name, of his birth name? Is that what they call you here? Alright. I was born Elenespia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Vera conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time since before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. There's absolutely no problem for me. A homecoming! You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see Kachua again. She's the finest archer I know, Elenespia's mother and mentor. Every time I drop by, she treats us to a veritable feast prepared with fresh game as she'd hunted herself. You're impressive with the bow too, Iyate, even among the Shetona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kachua. But her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Luljaja's traveling companions, after all. She always was the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tural lit a fire. Even after Elenespia was born, she often left in my care so that he could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how would you cry and beg her to take you along? It must have been hard on you. Iyate, please! What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus, did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assume it was a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. Found it? As part of the rite of succession. I assumed everyone had heard. But that's amazing. Well, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to catch you. Help! I need help! What's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika, Oklamat's nursemaid. Anvil, Halke. Come any closer and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. Wait, weren't you? If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh yeah? Hold on. Did he say this is Oklamat's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please, you have to give it back. I'm going after Namika. This lot I leave to you. Fucking bastard, don't hang him by the ears and feel the well woman to the dogs. We can deal with them later. First we need to put this one to the dirt. Yeah, well, you can try. Huh. Don't need to worry, she's fine. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea where they're headed. Did you say they stole something from you? A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Oklamat. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the right of succession ended and Oklamat crowned the next Dawn servant, she is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and of my plans to return home to Shaaloani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know. Everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the Vow Resolve. And it's gone. I wouldn't let them take... I would have let them take every coin to my name if only they had left me that bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. I'll knock them senseless. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Hauke will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as they should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wuklamat put so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's see her back to Sheshenewezi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with the yacht there to keep an eye on her, you should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. I mean, even if it had been what Wuklamat would want, I mean, there is shitty behavior, and then there is stealing from an old lady. Come on. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for you to get involved in this. A number of Yati's mining fellows are here as well. Namika is in good hands. Anvil told me what happened, and you needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. Alright, let's go and recover the bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as this involves a gift from Wuklamat, we must be mindful of how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dust Watch. Well now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong. Are you? I plead the fifth. Lest you misunderstand, I'm not questioning her abilities. As a matter of fact, the silence is the sort of response I expect from a peerless warrior. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late there's been talk of some unsavory types coming and going from Tonanteyawi to the southwest. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that serial extraction is big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at the dried up veins there. Sounds like the perfect lair for bandits, not to mention that the one with the bracelet fell in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place? I can let the Dust Watch know if you'd like. No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain if you've no objections? Right then let's be off. Seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. That's a colorful bandit. They made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dustwatch not have noticed by now? Question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. The bandits will not take no notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter. The nowhere would be without them. Always shoveling sand, praying we strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easy money to be had. Not when we got a boss who can keep the Dustwatch off our backs, huh? Hey, watch what you say. Wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ears. Maybe so, but I never believe one of them sainted souls was running our crew. The drunk who bought your story about the whole gold shitting alpaca, am I right? As you lean in to listen, a familiar voice rings out through the wall. Let me out of here, you bastard! Shut your mouth, you snivel little brat. Make me. I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture most of all. You can tell him he can eat shit. How about we give you a chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. Concern intensifies. I don't necessarily poking around, but you know, immersion and shit. I brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? But it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please! Please, I'm sorry! Reckon we will find a sailor who won't ask questions? Sorry for a song. Here, your reward. And don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. Were you ever able to learn anything? Their leader is a man of the Dust Watch? That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. And you say they gave the bracelet to him? It seems we have our work cut out for us. You hear anything else of note? Tekoa? That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak to the vulture. Their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash of robberies in Husatawi, but we also know he has a bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. We need to get him alone. You're right. If we confront him with his henchmen around, a violent outcome is all but guaranteed. A plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Luateninyawausa. Oh my god. Second time trying to say that. Luateninyawausa. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. Not just spelling other things with which I only have kind of a passing familiarity, or not so passing, but still like not on native tongue terms kind of fluency. I feel like that name specifically, I may look it up and it actually has some meaning, but that name specifically feels like it was put in there by the English localization team just to like troll streamers and other people narrating their game. If we are to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Ieheheseia, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's a breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles the scent with burn. We can then lure the Ieheseia into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the vulture and his gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I am afraid I must ask that you collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. Before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feasting. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches, see them filled, and I will handle the rest. Alka Rainara, Business Collection Specialist. If you ask me to recount the amount of times I've had to pick up feces for this game, it will only be 2, and that's not a lot, but it's very weird that it's happened twice. Oh. The bridge looks really cool from there. You survey the area but see no sign of Ieheseia droppings. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Why would they be pooping on their nest? I don't think that's a known animal behavior. Or maybe some do, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. You find a pile of Yeheseya droppings and gingerly scoop them into your pouch. What on earth is that name? I swear to God, we are being trolled. Imagine trying to spell that out in the first go. There he is. Ay, 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 Rambi, lo que me haces hacer. Finished already, are we? Small ham sack full to bursting with leavings, though you pray to the 12 it doesn't actually burst. Excellent. This will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with tumbleclaw fibers, dried nopali tender root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tonantewayawi. You could do that. No, actually, you know what? Let's focus on MSQ. I have all the time in the world to do fates. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. A fair number appear to have gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The tractant I'll leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of the town. The Yeheseya will come soon after. Alright. Care and consideration, we shall toss the shit into the fire. The color of that smoke, though. What's the smell? Ugh, that reeks. What did you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Ugh, did something die? Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me? I knew it. Boss? Over there. Huh? What in the world? Horny, horny birds. Run for your lives! That's most what drew them here? So when I find out who did this... I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on there out there? Still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight. We'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now. They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. I'll hear you. Shit, who was that? Oh, what are we waiting for? Hey, are you going to help me or what? Bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and drag it there for now. You know, I can chase. All that effort and no for show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. No need to apologize, we were planning to save you. Eventually. Really? And I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? Hey, I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture. I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. That will explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bail me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cache. Reckon he's headed there now too. We can go together. I got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we do need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right, so, those bandits at Tonanteyawi, they're called the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed help to even the odds. That was 3 years ago, and whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how. With a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. And we made damn sure they did, every time. Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a band of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Quicana and Lewine, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. But when the day came, he showed up with the Duskwatch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. And as if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no hope, no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Duskwatch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I wasn't told that guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of town that the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner, and you know the rest. You say that Duskwatch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture then? No, not all of them. The Sheriff Kimaka is as honest as they come, a staunch keeper of the peace. Problem he's a little bit too trusting and he doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the deputy chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where this Vulture keeps his spoils, maybe he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Shaaloani Springs. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us a bitch. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cereal barrels, where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to Tuliyolal, where they're sold off. You say he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're in his tails, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'll trust a lackey with that business, given the provenance of the piece. No, I wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight until he's got coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Husatawi, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The Vulture's a slippery bastard. We're going to catch him, we'll need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Husatawi, where would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the other to search the barrels for any stolen goods. And using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There is no way to tell if Wiwute is carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there will be time enough to find out once he's behind bars. But won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try. And that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, But unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understands the importance of duels and duel laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as though we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the vulture. Plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? I say we let him have his duel. Thanks. I sure was lucky running into the two of you. You won't regret this, I promise. If you're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen in Tonanteawi, so probably best I stay and search the barrels. Then you're with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You'll want to buy your friend as much time as possible and make your way to Husatawi. Once you've got the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright, let's get to it. The Heseya were likely that Chitona's doing. What's his ankle? And then there's that Brad. It's past time I dealt with him. Uyute is oblivious to your presence. Perhaps a gentle poke will get his attention. What's this? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you need of the dust watch, miss? Yes, I was robbed. What? Sekoa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison, he turned to a life of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, miss. Might I trouble you to take me to him? It's a little bit suspect that he just bought it like that, considering that... Well, maybe he understands that the Shatona freed him, maybe? I thought it's a proper time for me to play your tour guide, but you insist. Shaaloani Springs is home to a thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of Isikoin has attracted someone desirable, though. Is this the place? I don't see him. Oops, silly me. This isn't the place. Very well, lead on. Is this the place then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. Is this some sort of joke? Hold up. I'm moving. This better be the place. A laughing tide around the big rock. Must have been a different rock. My patience is wearing awfully thin, miss. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I both would dearly regret. Nopalitender fabuloso. I am tempted to just talking to this guy. But anyway. The names for the hunt this expansion have been outright spectacular. Alright, where is he? I haven't seen him anywhere. Where is Sokoa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Goodness me! Where could he have gone? That's it. I have it with these games, and I have it with you. Hey, Wiwute, you looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a self by the time I'm done with you.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wahoote?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wahute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it!
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Oh, you little shit!
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wahute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
That's some way to thinking.
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wahute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakawa? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuklamat's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all's well that ends well. Phew, finally, it's over. I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Now that we have the bracelet, let us return to Shaaloani Springs. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you a proper thanks after I find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs then. My bracelet. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's more than just a gift. Part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wuklamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond. So I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the bandits' leader. I always knew that something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are. The real daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Quicana and Liwine. If it wasn't for you believing in Sekowa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. I have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard we Hute put behind bars. He never gave up hope that Sekowa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he was able to convince you to go along with his plan. Unfortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking strength beside. Some models might see us as an easy target. Even so, if anyone should give the Dustwatch the sleep, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Right, and you'll teach us how to draw your pistol so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need to duel if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we'd best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days I'll be sure to repay it. On that you have my word. Until we meet again. If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. I'll be here a while yet, though do let me know if there's any way I can be of assistance. Are you not planning on taking the train home? Oh, train service has been suspended, didn't I tell you? Oh, that changes our plans. You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake? It must have happened while we were still down south. There's been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. These people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliyollal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful.
I mean, what I do.
Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
There they are. That's them, the 2 volunteers.
What?
Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zopia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
You guys are...
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Of all the things.
Something the matter?
It's nothing.
Oh? For a moment, it looked to me like you were just dying to say something.
I was, and I still
have our
am.
secrets. Best not to pry.
Yeah, you just won't understand.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
Though no small number live in Shaaloani, I must confess I've never visited the home of the Hetsaro. As the largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. Come on, let's follow Wawulka. There's no station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be at the depot, but you can still see it from the outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the headend, though. If you peek through the windows, you can probably catch a glimpse of enough jabber in Shenso. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. Suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way after all. I must confess, train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods through the wilds now. Right. Mewatotsean should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. To be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Mewatotsean. But I do know that the traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land. Ah, such lovely clean air. Feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of Shoshinewetsi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I am Muhato, chief of Mewatotsean, and this is my son, Shepetto. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome, and apologize for the sudden intrusion. I am Wolika, station master of Shak-Dural Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks and we require timber to make repairs. This is Tolke and Erenville. Have volunteered to assist with the restoration effort. You've most curious here about you. Of oil and steel, and leather, and the faintest hint of tender grass of lands unknown. I gather you are not from these lands? I hail from Eorzea. Truly? I would love to know more of you and the lands you have seen. I am told your people hold your traditions in the highest. Yet I gather you are curious about those of others as well? Of course. Nature is boundless, as is our love for the lands and her children. The Hetzo, in particular, have done much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads. Hetzo teaches all these things and more. It is for that reason I believe that we are tuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word, Hetzo. It means leader of souls in the Hetzaral tongue, does it not? It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetzo among the Hetzaru. Here we look to the Ronic for guidance. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of aetherites, while we are committed to our traditions, this does not mean we reject all outside influences. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbors of this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. We'd be glad to, of course. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests come such a long way, and my son is always delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. Let's go do that vista first. Mewahetson. This village is home to a family of Hetzaru who have taken the Ronak as their guiding animal. As the name implies, the land where the Hetzo graze is a nomadic settlement, and the tents struck and pitch over and over as they follow the seasonal migration of the Ronak. The tent is made from the hide and bones of Ronak. I wonder what else they use for here. If they follow the Ronak with the seasons, it makes sense that they would live in tents that can be broken down and transported easily. Say, do you like to hunt? And what weapons do you like? I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. Ronak have made the potential for danger plain. You may have heard the temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near Husatawi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others were drawn to this land by ceruleum, Shaaloani has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are part of that. Strong as resilient as they may seem, Ronak are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. My father said we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this we can't help but worry. Understandably, I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only the Hetzaru, but all of Shaaloani. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Baal Koana. Baal Koana, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently... how shall I put this? Hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue, Shepeto. Well, there's a grain of truth to the rumors. He is not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. His journeys have changed him for the better. When in the course of traveling with him, you witness him change with your own eyes? Alki fought besides Volcana in the rites of succession. I take your word over rumors. You took part in the rites of succession? You're that close to the Dawn Servants? I was grateful for any help, but I had no idea how you could a bona fide hero. The succession of Dawn Servants filled us with uncertainty for the future, but there's clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we may see Volcana for who he truly is. Do you think he may visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I am hopeful he will do the same. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. For your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please, take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Ronic foremost on our minds as we continue working on the railroad. And if needs be, we'll seek Valquana's counsel. My thanks again for your time on the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. Have to carry all this back to the station? We have more than enough timber to fix ties. Now we need to transport to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect it would be even so much. I'm waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands and ironic. It won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. Okay, finally starting to get better weapons and whatnot. Let me return to the Aetherite for a moment. There we go. That's not too bad. Oh, that was a convenient 180. Oh, that is beautiful. Wait, where did you go? While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. Shouldn't take long if we screw the work. I guess we go with the other guy with the crates. I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Once we repair the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so there aren't any spots available. I'll have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid, but you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. Hope you stole by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. And Nitowikoe will be driving. No engineer compares to her, and it's always a treat to watch her work. The only work we should be worried about is our own Shensa, and we've still more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near a station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shaaloani you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. And the rest of the work here. You sit now. Sit tight now. My thanks again for your time and assistance. Won't be long now before the tracks are fixed and you're on your way. It'll be good to have the train running again. I miss the sound of her barreling down the tracks. I gotta say, I'm half amused at this turn of events. And definitely relieved that our little train adventure was not remotely as long as the trolley repair operation of Shadowbringers. These are some hard cacti. Have you had your fill of sites? Well, they appear to have you almost finished. Yes, let's do it. Give me all the cutscenes.
Glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Thrall. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Shaaloani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Shaaloani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Huh.
Not another one!
Hang on.
You can't be serious.
Gods have mercy.
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitobekwe and the others!
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
What on earth? Let's head to Drow.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
We need to get back right away. What in the hell just happened? Oh!
Heavens forfend.
You're here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The The people need our help.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone.
What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please! Oh.
No fucking way.
What did it just do?
Thank you.
Save the thanks. Just get to safety. I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bako Jaja.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to take my blade next?
Huh? The fuck?
That you should still live.
Sriracha?
By the gods. What has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli-Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm the very people you swore to serve? This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been Father's equal in combat.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal. Father! You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Roger, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
We did everything we could. Everything. But it simply wasn't enough. This happened. Scarcely believe my eyes. Mother, no! Cannot be. No. I can't die. I can't.
Enough. I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
At a time like this, you must take the initiative. There will be countless people in need of help. Oh, Jaja was so proud to be succeeded by his children. Think that he will never get to see them carry on his legacy. What can we do now? Don't understand. Only I've been more careful. We must see to the people, as casualties, as well as any damage done to the city. Yes. Right, so I Vauklamat, Kona. I bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn and the Landsguard has begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all that we can. Thank you for the report. Please inform the guard there to prioritize such efforts until further notice. Need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you, thank you. There's sure to be wounded everywhere, more than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Off you know, Annalise. Could you take Bayside Vevi and Kryla and Erenville, the palace perimeter? As for Talca, please come to the Respelling Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Thank you. I thought I was done for. Heard something disturbing. The enemy leader? They say he looked like Suraja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? But if it was him, what happens now? You going to come back? What do we do if he does? Thank you. Pain is better now. I can stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? And what are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Gulu Jaja. We were safe, but now... I can't but wonder... Was this what Kryl saw? Why are you hurt? Scarcely had time to welcome our new rulers, and now this? Can we have a day of peace in this damn country? Thanks. I think I'm alright. Did you see them? Those soldiers? They look like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. They attacked us again. How can we hope to defend ourselves? Thank you, miss. My husband and son, they were... Why has it gotten so quiet out there? I'm not sure I want to find out. No, I think what I need right now is a warm, soothing bath. Can't really find the last person. My thanks, I'll be fine now. Failed to protect the people. So many have to die. Or Balcono. They're not to blame, I understand. I do, but I need to clear my head. You finished aiding the people here? Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children. No, now's not the time. There are still others who need help. You go and see how things are at Talon March. Afterwards, go and find Elise at Bayside Vivi. There is no evidence of significant damage from the battle. Fighting did not spread this far, it seems. Fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. Well. The shop appears to have weathered chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to lumber ahead. Truly unconscionable. I've helped all those I could find and seen them delivered into the Landsguard's care. Many casualties as there are, it could have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Soralja actually meant to harm the people. I mean, around. Buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear. So that he could strike whatever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamachi? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. But everyone has their limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone for the Gornichu Glimsens.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
How could I?
Look at me, Lamachi. You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
I'll handle this together.
You'll stick with me.
Why wouldn't I?
Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokwista longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believe that by learning about one another and engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There'll be no reasoning with him. He killed our people, our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
I'm fine. I needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me and for urging me on despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly. I struggle to make sense of it all. Strange soldiers with floating ships, the new powers Zorolja commands. Given everything he's done and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. Not let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray. But I will make it my strength. Strength to do what I must. Right. I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. You and the others join us in a while? However you want to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alice I'll be alright? She's probably a Daisy baby. Ay, ay, ay. This took a turn and then another turn and then another turn and then another turn until it went basically like 270 degrees. Oh, you're back. By that I take to mean Lamachi's feeling better. Doesn't need to be strong for the people of Tural. He needs to be strong for the people of Tural, I understand that. But she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight. Together. That's it. Wish I knew exactly what we were up against. Clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far as wide as you travel, perhaps you encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? May yield some clues as to Zoralja's new powers. Let's examine this, whatever it is. In place of where eyes or a mouth may be, you see a strange sigil in front of this helm. From a distance, it appeared to be simpler armor, but upon closer inspection the construction is quite intricate. The material from which it is made is unclear, and you see no signs of a power source. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests far more advanced than anything you've seen before. So, what do you think? It looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face is not least at all. See any sign of a power source? I don't think I did, no. So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels. I tried channeling either into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. Completely lifeless now. Far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than a metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, have we seen somewhere recently? Did I leave Sonora? That's right. The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are of a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the other when we gather at Sunbird. Let us. The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better. Where to now? Tell us. Looks like everyone is here already. Worried for Aaronville.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Shaaloani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Greetings, everyone.
Good to see familiar faces.
Raha! Y'shtola! After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuglamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural. A letter from the Dawn servant, addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold?
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jaja. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allagan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Hey, this is different. Why would you...
Now what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
Though it never opened again. Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Shaaloani and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this.
To be honest, neither would have I.
But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliyollal. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
Going to find.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
For yourself.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorozha and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliyollal. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
You should accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Embarrassing to think how Zorozha caught me unawares, but I've no doubt the bastard came to kill me. I reckon he would succeed where anyone else. Who would have thought him taking that key would lead to all of us? Find a way to breach the dome and make sure everyone inside is safe. Another reflection encroaches upon our own, but how and why now? I'm indebted to Ojika for overseeing our operations in my absence. Will endeavor to make myself as useful as I can here. Here we need to know more if we're to defend against another assault. How do you believe I am from another reflection? I wonder, does this mean my soul is thinner than a native of sorts? Really not. Vestula would have noticed. God, there's so much I don't understand. My head is ripe to burst. Lack of reflection is perplexing, to say the least. Be glad for your help in understanding and overcoming this crisis. I know what I have to do now. I know we're in a hurry to set off. But before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we sought to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. Those who are most distressed are truly near you to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Tolkien? Of course. While you handle that, Erenville and I will seek out the provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear. You could see to the Resplendent Quarter and Bayside Bevy, Alice. Why is her name so difficult? Alice and I will split the rest of the city between us. Almost 8 years playing this game. And just on this opportunity to, for the first time, read the game out loud, I realized there are a lot of names I struggle with the pronunciation of. Like you brought quite a few people. Thank you. Alice had actually returned ahead of you, but upon hearing that you were still out there, she decided she wasn't satisfied with her own efforts and left again. Always a competition with that one. My apologies for involving you all in Turali affairs. We are simply helping dear friends in need. Having traveled the lands of Tural, sharing in the rich cultures of your people, can see it no other way. What's more, Sorology and his army pose a threat not only to Tural, but to the star as a whole. We will stand with you to protect what you'd hold dear. Thank you. I don't expect you had much, if any, rest. How are you holding up? I'm fine, thanks to a little encouragement from Tolkien. You needn't worry about me either. Whatever weariness I feel is no match for my desire to protect my people. We will restore peace to the nation and preserve our father's legacy. And it begins by speaking to the people from our heart. Right. We need to see to a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. But he did.
Namachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zorolsha.
Zorolsha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Shaaloani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zorolsha torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zorolsha and put an end to it all.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight?
We fight! We fight! We're two Leolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolan!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuli-Yolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation. Each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuli-Yolal will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Listening to Oklamat and Kona, I was reminded of my time in the first. While the Exarch was no king, I often found myself speaking before the people of the Crystarium in like manner. And through their deeds, they answered me. People of Tural too will rise to occasion. This I can tell. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the Dawn firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I will inform Wuklamat that... There you all are. Ah, Lamachi. We're just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing they haven't given up hope, was all the encouragement I could ask for. Right then, let's get going. We leave from the Shaktural Skygate. Everyone's here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Sorolja and secure peace for Tuli-Yolal. We'll be passing through Shaaloani, where there have been reports of enemy movement. So stay sharp. The Landsguard had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to Lumir overhead. A display of force, like the vessels in Tuli-Yolal. Indeed, And while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shaaloani station. It's a perfect opportunity to look around. In that case, Talca and I know a few locals who can help. Then let's divide into two groups. Erenville, Alice, and Talca will come with me to inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone has finished, let us reconvene at Shaaloani station. We can start with Stawi. That's where the Deuce Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. Sheriff Kamaka should be able to tell us a few things. Oh, it's you. And I'll be Val Oklamat as well. You're Sheriff of the Dust Watch, yes? What's the situation here in Husatawi? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there, holding position. That said, I've received some uncertain reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Sheshernewezi Springs yet. Apparently mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If this is true, then the people there are in danger. I worry about the other townships as well. The rest of you could head to Springs. I'll pay a visit to Mewatwetsoan. I'll compare Erenville. See you all in a while. And all clear this way. The mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. Oh no. Remember, Uklamat, Wedner's wasn't the train that took off in that direction. Where is the person I need to talk to? Here. Oh, you're the one who helped us already. Well, Lika and the others are out investigating, and they've confirmed that Nitowikwe is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome appeared. So those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those who disembarked at Yasuani. A mess, and just after we finish fixing the tracks. Mechanical soldiers shows no signs of life. Appears to have been run through with a polearm. So that's the way of it. Good thing he showed up when he did. Okay. Opinion's still around here, that's good. Okay, you came. As you can see, we're doing alright. After those ships appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveler came along and dealt with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Shame I never had the chance to ask his name. We're all safe thanks to him, but I can say the same for those in Yasuani. We haven't heard from anyone there. Hope Namika is well. You heard about the spearman as well? That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spreading more gossip about me? Talk about how I said the town travels fast. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. I thought you'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening? So you were indeed the one keeping the people safe. Thank you. Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong. But are the rumors true? Gulul Jaja is slain? I'm afraid so. Soralja used some dirty trick to get better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done, mark my words. You're going to help her, I assume. I see. For your contingent, you won't lack for strength. In which case, I will remain in Shaaloani and keep an eye on things. That helps us more than you'll know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Kona. Kona? Brother? Wait a second, you're the Vow Resolve? I am. And you're Seko, alright? I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely. If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. I am the fastest gun in Shaaloani, after all. Falke can attest to that. Yes. Glad to hear it. We leave Shaaloani in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away then. Stay safe out there and don't do anything reckless. Wasted words, huh? Just do what comes naturally. Right then, it's time we headed to the station and join the others. Thanks to Stinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaaloani. The Hetzaro are safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It is composed of exceedingly high concentrations of lighting energy. Even touch a barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how are we supposed to get inside? If Soralja and his enemy emerge from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? It so happens that we have an inkling where one is. These are the engineers of Shaaloani Railing, which operates the train between Shaaloani and Yasuani. We went out to recover the train. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. It was then that we saw it, a large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it outside? That seemed to be the case, yes. While we'd only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you'd expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers who went to Yasuani? Uklamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived for Yasuani. But now, when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was a dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we're to reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected, I say we smash our way inside. Despite how it sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zorology wants me to prove that I'm Father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuliyulal. By charging in head-on, I make my intentions plain as day, and in so doing, keep his eyes on me. A bold strategy. I like it. Of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching their base. What we need is something that'll get you there quick and break through their defenses with a single decisive blow, and we have just that. Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she can carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact. That's even bolder. Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were the train's in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb? The train's not important. Our dream was to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. These good folks are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all of this. The least we can do is help them. But Chief... Listen, no matter how things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train. So have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip and we need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? There's no changing her mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey. Oh, that second line is kind of cruel. We'll keep your wife safe. I promise. I'll hold you to it. Can't start a family business without her, much less a family. It'll be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Well, at least it'll go down as the legendary train that saved Tural. That it will. But first, we've got work to do so that she'll look the part. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. We'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse. It seems we have a path forward. I believe it's a good time for me to return to Tuliyulal and inform Bona of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we are not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to Walika and the engineer. We can let their sacrifice be for now. Hope Namika is safe. Well, we have our plan. Now let's finish this train and blast our way into the dome. To use this train as an explosive is a brazen plan. We have but one attempt, so we had best make it count. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Soralja will not strike to Leolal in retaliation? I consider the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Leolal, and it will give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so that he can crush us and prove his strength. Indeed, if anything, we're more likely to put Leolal in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Soralja, at least until Leolal has shored up its defenses. Right. We'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us. During which time Kona will have to find a way to fortify to Leolal. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there is no small amount of enemy. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist you. Thank you. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Succession. Would you happen to know a few who would be willing to come and help us complete modifications of the train? Of course. What sort of craftsmen did you have in mind? Let's see now. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you all aboard to fend them off, it'll be over in an instant if they manage to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers used lighting-based weapons, so I hired a man to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? The fellow with a fetish for formalities. He won't get that joke, so... Who that's Kukebu? A master carpenter from Okano, huh? If they'd be willing, we'd be glad to have him. No objections from me, just be sure not to forget the traditional greeting. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want to get this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task? Sir Morwer would definitely be able to help. Sir Morwer will be perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yokui, and I'm sure he'd be willing to help. You're friends with the Yokui? I'll be damned. Will not want for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be flying the We'll be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I for one can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's install ballistas on the train. Ballistas, huh? Well, they'd be powerful. It seems to me they take too long to reload between shots. If there were some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, then that might work. But weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I can be of assistance. The Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defenses, and I can see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for Ukraine. While I did not conceive them myself, I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now, that sounds like something von Jonathan can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, as long as it's highly conductive to ether. To power the cannon, we need fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals! Might be as the miners over at the springs can help with that. Then I could leave the crystals and smith in everyone's hands. I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. In the meantime, could you deal with the materials? Shensa is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Oh, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. The plan's coming together. Make good speed. I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Yogg-Turog. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Shensa over to the southeast. James Seed and his engineers aren't here to help. If they were here, I'd expect they turned it into a flying train. Kensa has given me a list of materials. We'll see to it that they have everything they need. Right, time to put my knowledge gained in the first to use. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals though. Might be best if you spoke directly with a miner. Can I leave that to you? Great. You're friends with Yate, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Oh, Take, what brings you around these parts? Purest fire crystals, you say? I think I heard about them before, but what was it about? Now I remember. Cerule Analas. You can find them to the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest Analas. Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing why Erenville thinks so highly of you. For some reason, using this specific mount in this specific place feels really funny. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. I think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger dominating sort, and that's what you need. All you have to do is hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat that's known to draw out the leader. That's a spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. A hefty cantankerous Anala, huh? Huh. Interesting, so there's a time limit to that. Okay. Amazing! You dealt with the beast in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shensa? I'll see that he gets it. Those 4 crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders. And though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of Laneshpia. Anyway, I'd best be on my way, and you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Wuklamat heading for the station. Ensa told me that you got the crystals from him. Good work. I just returned for looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. I met them idle for a moment and all I can think is my home. Keep your chin up, Erinville. We'll be on our way soon and you'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. I wouldn't want it any other way. Right, let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tulayulal, I had been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation from Bo Kona, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Grafurler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. Yes, let's get to it. Alright everyone, that'll do it. You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons and have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you all again for answering the call. No need for thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Here, here. We love Tural and we love you. Bauk Lamat. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train's ready. Despite his fatigue, there is an undeniable air of satisfaction about Wolka. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine.
Don't say.
We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last!
Well then.
Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it can handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
And I'd agree. Let them try and stop us in this.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Vanish! At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone. No, you don't.
They switched to firearms!
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
Oh.
for me. Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Erinville?
Mostly.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Vanguard. The rest is up to you now. I can make my own way back, so don't worry about me. Take care and good luck. I'll remain out of sight until the fight is over. At the risk of repeating myself, try to not do anything reckless. I gotta say, I'm glad that for once Square Enix proved me wrong and did not put Itoikwe in danger. So they're further and we'll be inside the dome. We couldn't have made it this far without the train. Let us see to it we go the rest of the way. There's no way Soralja will be able to ignore our explosive entrance. The idea of venturing into enemy territory is daunting, but I believe I'm ready. As ready as I'll ever be. Let's do this.
Let's give it our all.
Prefer to have two casters. Maybe. They have good taste in colors. I mean, I quite like the purple, but I feel like you're missing the point, I would say.
Just the beginning.
Okay, I'm gonna have to see her on stream again. Aerial offensive. Okay, I think I see it now. Those bikes are cool though. Safety inspection chamber. I don't know, man. That thing doesn't scream safety to me. Oh my god. Okay, that's not quite that bad as the Criterion boss used to be. Motions. Oh no. I'm calling it now, those bombs are going to wreck a lot of people. Standard snake skin. This guy ain't a machine. Alright, heroes. Oh! That's kind of inconvenient to the tank. He also had less HP than I expected. Oh. What the actual heck? Oi, oi. Okay. So they can be killed.